Hello and welcome to the Creator's Garden. I am Hikari Harpy, and today we are doing something slightly different than the usual Friday streams. Now, usually I stick to strictly coloring for my current project, The Actress's Tale, but I'm actually feeling a little bit more inspired to continue sketching out the current story, so you're going to see a little bit of behind the scenes of how I plan out my pages and such for the beginning of this. And then once I run out of, ideas for that, then I'll go on to my usual coloring routine. So, with that being said, I'll go ahead and move on to the main camera. Alrighty. So as you can see, this is a page that is still very much within its sketching stages, and it's actually a little bit further on in the story, so I guess a fair spoiler warning. But at the same time, it's not exact, at least in terms of the artwork. But I'm thinking generally I have the story beats that I would like to keep, so we will keep that in mind as we go along. But yes, for those who are unaware, the Snapdragon Club webcomic is an anthology series that I'm working on currently, in which all the stories link to the titular Snapdragon Club. In this case, The Actress's Tale, we are focusing on said actress as our main protagonist for this story. And fair warning, it is a little bit creepier than my usual artwork, so I mean, I say creepier, but at the same time I don't feel like my art style is too creepy, if only because I know, like, mileage may vary on what people may find disturbing and whatnot, but I think my level of creepiness is probably the same level as how Five Nights at Freddy's can be creepy. So, like, they are technically disturbing, but still not quite, But yeah, when I plan out my pages, I start out usually pretty roughly, just to get the positions of the characters the way I want it to in the panels. And then afterwards, I will go back to refine the sketches, add more details, have it be closer to what I'll end up doing as part of the inking. Specifically with this protagonist, I also try to keep in mind small details that I might forget otherwise. For instance, in Mackenzie's case, she's got a little beauty mark at the side of her left eye. So I always got to keep that in mind. I don't have many characters that have tiny details like that, but it's for good reason. Okay. And then I'll just do one last panel sketch. And then I'll move on to coloring. This is going to be somewhat of an establishing shot, I think. So possibly here, and here, and then well, you'll have to wait to see to find out what that is. that done. Time to finally go back into some coloring. Always be sure to have your plastic page protector in the middle so you don't bleed onto the other pages. Because even with thick pages, sometimes they'll just go through if you're layering enough ink. Now I forget, is the blue... Okay, it's the floor and those. Okay. The thing with the Snapdragon Club is that I have used so many different shades of blue, and a lot of the times, especially with the darker blues, I can't keep track of which blue I used for what, so that's why I really need to go back and take a look at previous pages just to attempt to keep things consistent. To mention, I have a whole lot of dark blue ink, which I don't normally use a whole lot of. So any place where I can get away with using it is fine by me. Fully erase this area. I thought I did. Sometimes pencil marks are just very much ingrained into the page because sometimes I leave the pages sketched for an extended period of time, and I actually sketched a little darker than I thought I did. Either way, it doesn't bother me too much, but always nice to try and get those out of the way if I can. Just before I started stream, I was actually playing Palia. It's a pretty interesting, sort of cozy MMO type game. apparently the Maji Market event is going on, which is apparently a once a month thing. So I was learning about how to go about that. But otherwise, it's just a lot of quests and stuff going on. Some of it are story beats that I've played before on a different account. But, yeah. All those areas complete. So let's see what else. So probably this for the flowers. Almost. And I believe that's the flowers done at least. And then this color for skin. I'm debating whether or not I should go back and actually put in the eyebrows. Because it's like, it kind of works, but I don't know. Might fix that up later. I just kind of want to use all the colors that I have available to me right beside me right now, and then I'll get up to grab the other colors. A little messy, but that's okay. Okay, and then I believe, let's see, no, I don't need that one. Yeah, that one. This is Max coat. I don't think there's anything else on this page that requires this color. I think. We'll see. I think all the others are the really, really dark gray, which is the N6. Just one more spot. Might need to refill fill this in, which is okay. I think I have plenty more of this one. I think I want to do just light bits of this around here. Just to sort of shade in those areas where she's got fishnet stuff on her. And then this color is for Mac's pants. The warm gray over here. Oh, whoops. I think I missed a spot of red up the top, but that's okay. I can just quickly fix that. Easy peasy. And then the warm gray for his top. Literally nothing else. Let's see. Just going over it with pastel peach, make it better. Not quite. This might work actually. And hello, Mr. Repairman, welcome back. always find it surreal just how much color changes the picture. Used to be scared of coloring, but it's so worth it, right? Like, it really just can make a piece come to life once you, like, learn the stuff needed to, like, make the colors pop and such. That's why learning new techniques also helps too. Like, learning how lighting works and shading works and how different colored lights, like, can affect all the different colors. Like how, like, you know, different colors come out to look like it's nighttime or look like it's during sunset or something like that. You can do all sorts of stuff. But it does take a bit to get the hang of it. And there's, like for me, there's definitely a lot of places where I'm still learning. Okay, I think possibly that's all the purple for this one. Let's see. Oh, hello there, Daniel. Welcome, welcome. I hope your day is going well so far. So, right now, we're just in the midst of coloring my comic pages for the Snapdragon Club series. This story is called The Actress's Tale. But if you're new to the channel, I have other tales that are already up for, there's the Grand Opening, the Wanderer's Tale, and most recently, I have a comic dub of The Hunter's Tale that's up right now. But yeah, they vary a bit in quality, so there's that to keep in mind. But I do feel like that I'm hopefully getting better with the storytelling as time goes on. But yeah, if you like fantastical stories that have fae and monsters and all that sort of stuff, pretty feel-good stories. Hopefully that's something you'd be into. I admit coloring and shading are weak points of mine, but that's what I gotta keep doing. Yep. Also, find it fun to choose specific things to color first. Maybe one time everyone gets white clothes, maybe everyone's pale as a ghost, or maybe only the background gets colored in. You get fun results. Yeah, depending on like the sort of mood or tone you're going for in a piece or something like that, you can get some really interesting results when you play around with stuff. So yeah, absolutely, mess around, experiment, have fun with it. It's part of the joy of making art. Okay. Here are these ones. I had a yellow though. Where did I put yellow? There it is. Definitely need yellow. But yeah, and also if you feel like, you can try out the fishing game. It's just exclamation fish. So you can try and see what you'll fish up. Maybe it's a fish, maybe it's junk, maybe it's something else. But it's a cute, fun little mini game. And it does have a leaderboard. That's what I needed. You like to color too? Yeah. Coloring's fun. You ever get people trying to pester you into commissioning them? I had to tell someone multiple times I wasn't in the market before they left. Yeah, the only ones that I've gotten recently were bots. And that's because the art tag on Tumblr is just riddled with people that are like, hey, are you doing commissions? DM me. And it's like, no, you're a bot. And even if you weren't, it's like, if you didn't say like anything specific that you wanted or anything in particular that I would be interested in drawing, I'm not really interested. Because honestly, the only things that I can find motivation to draw are either whatever's like my new hyperfixation or Snapdragon Club characters. Because that's where all my energy is going. Like, would I love the extra income? Of course. But I also can't spread myself so thin, so I'm basically just trying to focus on my projects for as long as I'm able to. But that's what the Ko-fi link is up there for. So that for those who are able to and want to support me, that's what that's there for. That's what the sticker shop is there for. And if anyone like happens to buy me a boba while I'm streaming, then there should be a little pop-up that happens so that I can shout you out during the stream. But I also understand if people don't want to be shouted out, don't want to draw attention to themselves, which is perfectly fine.
New Ko-fi subscription from CT.
Oh my goodness. Thank you. Thank you so much. I know who you are. Thank you so much. Oh my goodness. That was the first time I've ever seen that on stream. Oh my goodness. Thank you. But yeah, see? Oh, it's amazing. Oh, that made my day. Thank you so much. I know who you are. Sad part was that it seemed like they wanted to reach out and be friendly at first, making small talk and all. Yeah. When I got those messages in Discord, I just politely told them to try self-promo channels in appropriate servers. Yeah. Glad I accidentally gave you a good segue into proper self-promo. Yes, thank you very much for that, Mr. Repairman. Thank you very much. Oh, that was so cute. Oh, that was so fun. Okay. I've had that little pop-up thing implemented forever, and that was the first time I got to see it actually work on stream. I'm glad it worked. was I? Goodness. Lost my train of thought there for a second. Have I really been coloring for that long? Goodness. I look at the stream and it's like, what do you mean 47 minutes has passed? It did not feel like 47 minutes. But yeah. Hope everyone is doing well. Hope the weather's been decent where you guys are. Let's see. I think. Yeah, that's for the table. Okay, I think I know how to fix this. I'm just gonna quietly put this right here. Shh, no one will suspect a thing. This cup was always here. No one can say otherwise. That's one of the other things I have trouble with when it comes to comics is when there are props in play in a story, I have to keep track of where they are. Otherwise, they'll be like, oh, where'd it go? It just disappeared. It pulled a Houdini. So I'm just like, okay. Keep things consistent. believe that's all the places here that need it. Some lighter gray for shading for the eyes. Where'd the sky blue go? I know I have it somewhere. Where do you get those books at? Are you talking about my my mixed media pad right here? This is in Ohuhu Mixed Media. They have them on their website, but I'm sure you can just like search it up. There's probably some on Amazon or something. But yeah, this is what I use for basically all of my comic pages. Like the entirety of my Hunter's Tale comic was made in the pages of mixed media pads, but since the comic was turned out to be 95 pages, I did need to like get 2 of them. But yeah, I'd say only get these if you really plan on like drawing with alcohol markers a whole lot. Otherwise, I'm sure there are cheaper options than this. Like, honestly, like I've used plenty of like dollar store notebooks and papers that work well for like my casual drawing needs and for practice purposes when I don't want to use the more expensive items. So yeah, so even though this is what I use, don't think this is what you absolutely need to get. Like, if we want to talk for a second about, like, stuff from the dollar store, like, this notebook, this I got from the dollar store, and this is where, like, I have so much, like, all sorts of doodles are in here. Like, this is from crayon, and I even mess around with alcohol markers in this, actually. And, you can see that in, like, in this picture, for instance. All I need was to have something in the back to protect the next page from it bleeding through, because, as you can see, it will bleed through. So yeah, whenever you're working with any sort of wet medium, like paint, watercolors, acrylics, or alcohol markers or watercolors, water-based markers. Markers in general, like, yeah, I think are usually considered wet mediums. Then you definitely want to have something in the back to protect the next page. Otherwise, you're going to have, like, marks and colors bleed through the pages and stuff. But yeah, so you can have all sorts of fun in just, dollar store materials. Will they always be best quality? No. They're usually not, but if it gets the job done, it gets the job done, Color very nice. Aw, thank you. Thank you for the whole bunch of roses. Yeah. I think for me at this stage, alcohol markers are definitely like my favorite medium to work with. And they also show up really good on camera, so there's that. I do have videos where I have attempted other mediums. Like, for instance, there's that one Piro drawing that you saw earlier that I colored in with crayon. And I actually did one last stream where I messed around with watercolors. So, there's all sorts of fun to be had. But yeah. I feel like in terms of saturated color, alcohol markers tend to show up best on camera. And I do like how they blend together as well. It also like keeps me from like my hands cramping up so easily when working with them for long periods of time, so Yeah, that's why personally I like working with them the most right now. Hikari's in for another Friday art day. Yup. Welcome, Ferox. Glad to see you stop by. Hope you're doing well. And that goes for anyone watching the VOD. Hope you guys are all having a decent day. Getting stuff done. Or if you're just not feeling it today, I hope you're having a good relaxing day too. Because rest days are important too. You can't just work all the time. That's just not how we work. Let's see. Yeah, hi. I see you. Thank you again for the subscription on Ko-fi. I hope your day is going well too. Never had a good concept of balance. Either work is too much or not nearly enough. At least that's how it feels. Yeah, I totally get that. I really do. Heck, yeah, even for me, a lot of the times I feel like what I do is never enough. But that's why it's good to remind ourselves and just check in with ourselves to be like, yeah, actually, we have been doing a lot. That's why my body is yelling at me to slow down and take a break. Alright, I think I'm almost done with using the black. Let's see. But yeah, hope everyone's having a chill day. As for me, I guess things have been going pretty smoothly. I'm a little bit behind on my inking actually. So usually for my Friday streams, like for the last couple of weeks, what I've been doing was like inking my pages beforehand so that I can at least color 2 pages per stream. That's usually my goal. But in this case, I only finished inking this page and only partially started inking the next page. So what I'm gonna have to do is I'll be probably inking that on stream as well as coloring it. So yeah, it'll be slow going, but I've also had like a little bit of a like inspiration thing going on earlier when I first started the stream, because I was stuck like story plot beat wise as to where I was going. I guess small spoiler, upcoming is a flashback, but I I didn't know where to go with that after like the flashback, because it was only really like a snippet. Really, it was only like what, 2 pages worth of flashback. So I decided, you know what, I'm going to like extend it. I'm going to keep going and give more, which is great because it means that I get to like show off more of what's going on. And honestly, that part has me excited. So, and for those who missed the beginning, as a small spoiler, I guess it's not really a spoiler at this point. If you've seen like the cover art that I did for this comic, this comic in particular is going to go into slightly more creepy territory, more like on the level of like creepy pasta, Five Nights at Freddy's levels of creepy, because that's all I can handle. Wait a minute. Is that the correct shape? What's going on here? I really hope I didn't accidentally put in the wrong ink in here. I might have. Oh god, I might have. No. No. Okay. Alright, well, I'm gonna have to refill this really quickly, because I think I put the wrong ink in there. I learned while drawing my comic, my characters being bald looks weirder the more I go, but I do that for sketching, and it's an odd step. Yeah. I have a friend who like made fun of the one time I drew one of my characters bald, and it's like it made them laugh so hard. I actually did it on stream, so if you want to find that, I believe it was last stream. I did that. I sketched it. Had pressure lifted from me at work, so I'm doing better. That's good. Is this the scariest thing you've drawn, in your opinion? 2-word horror. Wrong ink. I mean, yeah. As for scariest thing I've drawn, well, I feel like technically I've drawn scarier, but those pieces of art are not meant for, those are not the type of pieces that I wish to show on the internet, so those are going to forever stay a mystery until I decide otherwise. Okay, maybe it just dries. Okay, it's getting lighter, which is good. think we're doing better now. Just, it's gonna be a minute. And also, like, the ink dries a slightly different color, sometimes a slightly lighter shade, so just gotta keep an eye on it. For now. I envy those who can consistently do scary. Like I said, I find it hard to scare myself because I expect the thing, so I can't get a good gauge on what's too much or not. Yeah. I understand that. For me, I can spook myself with my own drawings, so I have a very low tolerance for spookiness, so if I find it spooky, then that probably means that anyone who's more used to scares will probably find it not scary at all. I'm a little baby. Still have a hard time playing scary games outside of Slay the Princess because horror romance and also eldritch horror. I love Slay the Princess. It's like, it's more gruesome than actually scary to me. So it's not scary in that sense, but it does feel like cosmically strange, which is why like I enjoy it, and all the intrigue as to who's who and what's going on. It is funny. I can watch many scary movies, but not play very many scary games. Well, I think it's because, probably, at least my main theory might be that because you're watching a movie, you're like sort of detached from the scenario. Like the danger is not happening to you, whereas horror video games usually makes you the protagonist, and therefore you get the front row seats to being the one in danger. But no, I have not seen weapons, and I do not plan to. Because, yeah, similarly, I don't handle horror movies that well either. Uh, so I usually just like watch people's reviews on it, or like just, hear about the story through other means, just to get like the gist of it if I'm really interested, or if the story has like an interesting premise, then I might like at least look at a review of it. But otherwise, I'm probably not going to touch it. And also, you don't need to apologize for filling chat. I'm happy I have someone to talk to. Fill chat as much as you like, It's not like you're spamming like the same thing over and over again. You're chatting, you're giving like responses with substance. It's hard to pull cosmic horror off. Yeah, it really is. Like, honestly, for me at this point, cosmic horror just amounts to, like, what if I was an ant? That's what it feels like to me sometimes. Creepy movie, a mystery horror? Yeah, I bet. Although I want to say that, like, the things that I do, like, look at in terms of, like, horror or creepiness is usually Let's Plays of horror games. Usually indie horror games, just because that's where, all the little niche ideas spawn up, and sometimes people just have cool stories to tell, and I like looking at those. But another thing that I like looking at is walkthroughs of like haunted mazes and stuff. Like, if you ever seen like how the theme parks do Halloween and stuff, like, I'm talking more like Halloween horror nights, at Universal, that sort of thing. At like Florida or Hollywood. Because then you get like the scare zones, you get like the creepy mazes that usually have some sort of creepy story attached to them. And for Universal especially, they have their own, IPs that they can work with, so you'll probably get some mazes that are like that. But then you can also find like, more smaller like attractions all around. And it's all like recorded on YouTube and stuff, where people walk through and you get to see like all the stories related to those mazes, and those can be really fun too. Like, those can be really creative, and I like seeing like the costumes for those, and it's like there's an art to it. Oh goodness. I overdid it a little bit. This is why we protect our surfaces so we avoid messes like these. Manly is great at spotlighting those niche horror indie games. Yeah, I think I've seen a couple of his videos. You also gotta love horrifying moments in non-horror media. Disney used to be famous for this. Yeah, I can agree with that. Yeah. Like, there's a reason that certain moments will always be, stuck with kids for a long time. It's because they were scary. Another excellent example is Queen Vanessa in A Hat in Time. Haven't played Hat in Time, so I'm gonna have to take your word for that. Halloween Town. Now, which Halloween Town are you referring to? Are you referring to, like, Nightmare Before Christmas Halloween Town? Or are you talking about, like, Disney Channel original movies series Halloween Town? Because I have seen both. Maybe I should pull a Scream reference and be like, what's your favorite scary movie? Which will be difficult for me to answer since I don't think I've seen many scary movies, and especially not many to completion. Have I heard of them? Have I, seen all sorts of media about them? Certainly. But as to any that I have watched, that is... Oh! I overfilled it. I went the opposite direction and absolutely just filled way too much. Luckily, it was on the edge of the panel, so that's not going to hurt a whole lot. Got to color his ears. That's okay. I will go back and do that. I'm still thinking about that scary movie. I can't think of movies right now, but there's this short that I just recently watched on YouTube. It's a stop motion 3-minute musical short called Moving Parts, and it chilled me, man. It was chilling, and so be warned if you go looking for that. It is definitely not kid friendly. Viewer discretion advised. I forget, did I do pink or black for the tokens? For me, I have an easy answer, but one I find difficult to recommend to people because the movie has one big content warning. Perfect Blue. Oh yeah, you mentioned Perfect Blue before, yeah. Hadn't had my nerves racked by a movie in a long time before I saw that. Yeah. Okay. I gave Mac Black toe beans. Okay. I am the artist. I need to think of these things. It's not often, but I gotta think of it. Horseradish. You. It's not often I get an excuse to color up the back of Akasi's hood, so this is nice. And I should probably use this to shade in a couple places. So just not pure white. It's black with yellow in the middle. Okay. Okay. And with this last bit, I believe that this page is finally done. Okay. I think that's done, which means I gotta start inking. Beans of tow. Yeah. If you want a fun movie, I Want to Eat Her Pancreas is a fun one. It is also not a horror title. Are you sure you're not talking about Garden of Banban? One argument I don't understand is why would I watch people in danger so I can feel afraid? I dislike or like, but you could also say, why do you want to laugh at misfortune? Or why do you want to watch people have family issues so you can cry? Yeah, it's like, it's catharsis and stuff. May or may not have a rambling for you later. Don't know if I have touched on it or not already. But yeah. Also, what are you saying, oh my god, for? Let's see. I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna start with the word bubbles first. And then I'll start color coding everything as best as I can. But there's also some points where I just have to color it black anyways, just so it can stay like separated from the background. Piro is a big example. I've decided that coloring him in black when he's in a blue environment is for the best. OMG for the Ban Ban reference. Yeah, I mean, how could I not, you know? If there's a movie called I Want to Eat Your Pancreas, how is that not a Ban Ban reference? Speaking of Ban Ban, I watched Markiplier's playthrough of Ban Ban 8, and I'm just absolutely, like, I don't even know what's going on anymore. I want to get off Mr. Bones' wild ride. I don't know if I want to be here anymore. What's even happening? What's even going on? Do I even want to know? Once thought of what I'd do for a mascot horror. What I came up with was those collectible toys in stores turn out to be monsters and they're causing chaos. It'll be a mix of Ape Escape and Gremlins. That'd be cute. Just like blind box horror. The Funko becomes an unreal bug creature or something. I can see that. And I think that'd be super cute, honestly. You could do a whole lot with that. Not to mention, just like any good mascot horror, it would have great marketing potential. Like, it still amazes me which IPs get big sometimes, just cause, like, I don't know. like I've heard rumors that Has-Been Hotel is like getting a cafe after it, kind of like how like One Piece or Shirakuma Cafe had one after them. It's like, why why does Japan get all the cool stuff where it's like you can go to a cafe that's themed after like a really cool IP? It's like, that sounds cool. And I think didn't even like Amazing Digital Circus also have something like that as well? True. Husband Cafe. Now I'm imagining a Pantene stocking cafe across the street and there's sweary rivals. That would be fun. That would be funny. Imagine if they had a crossover. Especially since, like, aren't Pantene stocking angels? That'd be super funny. Yes. Yeah, that would be fun. check how the leaderboard's looking. Ooh, I got a huge flower horn. Yep, so it's Conan first, then Sergeant Angel, then Repairman, and then Oni. Don't worry about the froggy there. That's just the testing. And also that's for when there's a lot of people enjoying the fishing game, so that I can afford some items to boost stuff. Because once there's enough gold collected in the game, you can buy like items in the shop that let you like boost chances of getting rarer fish, or to make the fishing go faster and stuff like that. We still haven't caught all the fish in there, and there's still also plenty of achievements we've yet to unlock on that too, so yeah. Assume it's Froggy from Sonic. This is chatting. I will be chatting. Indeed, you can chat. We're doing pretty good. Volume is low. Is the music too low? I can turn it up. How's that? Like, is it just the music, or am I also too quiet? It's better? Okay. Let me know, okay? I want to make sure that you guys are able to hear me. Volume in general, I think it's good now. I mean, I can turn up my mic a little bit as well. Phone about to die. Have a nice stream. Okay. Well, hope you have a good day. But yeah, I just turned up the volume on my mic, so you guys let me know if things are too quiet or too loud. Hey, Alpha. Welcome, welcome. I'm glad you can make it. How's your evening going? Cause it's kind of late for you, isn't it? Okay, I think I'm almost done with the line art. Just need this last panel to go. take a quick look because I need to remember how I decorated the ceilings. Okay. So I think the beams are still very much there. It's just that in between those beams. And then how did I... Okay. Those were just black with light blue in the center, so... Okay. Maybe not the most elegant, but that'll work. It's okay. Of all the places people will look, I highly doubt they'll look there. Why the heck was my YouTube muted? Gosh darn it. Aww. You. Well, yes. Don't worry. I haven't been talking a whole lot, so it's not like you are missing much. But don't worry about it. Man, we're at the 2.5 hour mark already? Dang. I'm only just now finishing up coloring the second page, so... Here's hoping we can get through it. And if not right this second, then maybe after a quick break. Take a moment to remember how the heck I colored this. So the only other gold on that is just down this way. And then the blue stuff right there. Okay. Okay. I think that's about that. Another reason I usually skip the inking and sketching stages is because I don't think the erasing bit is very riveting. It's like I've watched back on my previous videos and live streams too, so every now and again I'll just watch and be like, you know what? I could probably cut that out. So I try to remove the most tedious bits as much as I can before streams. Just a couple more here and then this is probably good enough. Okay, cool. Today is a very mixed day for me. Won't give me a VGen invite code, yay, but my sore throat developed into a throat infection, oh no! Sorry to hear that. I know that was kind of a thing for you last stream. But I hope you feel better soon. And I hope you rest well. Speaking of resting, I think what I'm gonna do now is I'm gonna take a quick break. So everyone grab some hydration, grab some snacks, do some stretches. I know I will. And I'll probably be back in like 10 minutes or so. Yeah, it was a good call to cancel yesterday's stream, yeah. But yeah, I'm going to be taking a quick break. The fishing game will still be up, so if you would like to join in the fishing game, it's just exclamation fish to fish. And I will see you guys in a bit. Alright, and I'm back. Hope everyone had a good break. Everyone's hydrated and whatnot. And you know what? Hold on a second. I'm gonna add a little something. Because guess what I got? Yeah. Actually, I'll put it down here. It should be fine. And if you too would like to buy me a boba, I have a link up there. You'll get a little shout out if you do it during the stream. But otherwise, if you don't during the stream, only I will know, and I will be forever grateful for it. There's also stickers available of my cute little characters. I have Piero, I have Orin, I have Scotty Hijack. There's also Bakshi, but I don't have that one on me. And then there's also the Hunter's Tale set, which I believe includes the Forest Guardian, Shade, Falcon, and the protagonist, Crystal. But if you are not able to support me via Ko-fi, all the usual YouTube stuff of liking, commenting, and subscribing also very much helps the channel, helps spread the word of my art and stories. Like, I feel like my goal is that I really do want people to see, like, all the stories I have to offer. Because the world of Sanctus is full of a whole lot of, like, amazing and colorful characters that I really want to help others get to know, and then also have them act as their own sandbox. Because it's so varied, and because it's like so diverse, that I want people to feel welcome to like play around in it. So I think in its current state, if someone were to go ahead and start like getting into the Snapdragon Club series, I think they'd be free to go ahead and just start off with the Hunter's Tale. Just because it is an easy to digest standalone story. At least of the ones that I've done so far. So I think I'd be able to recommend that, especially since that's basically the only one that I did a full-on comic dub for. So if you don't feel like reading the pages on its own, then you're very much welcome to just go to my channel and just check out the playlist that I put up for it. I have many great, talented artists and voice actors to thank for helping me bring the comic dub to life. But yeah. And only after you think you want more after the Hunter's Tale, then you feel free to like go back to the Snapdragon Club grand opening in Wanderer's Tale. Uh, the Wanderer's Tale is from the reader's point of view. So basically, if you were like a human that was newly transported to the world of Sanctus, then this would be one potential point of view you could have. But otherwise, the grand opening is basically an overall lore dump of like all the characters related to the Snapdragon Club and who's who and how basically the world works essentially. But it is a very like just lore dumpy, I feel. And that was because I thought I was going to do a long running like slice of life sort of thing. That was the original intent for the grand opening comic. I thought it was going to be a lot more long running than it was. So I was a little over ambitious with that one, so that's why I cut that off and then just moved on. Wanderer's Tale was a lot more bite-sized since it was only 20 pages long. And if you're just one of those people who like need to feel immersed in the world, then it might be like a comic you might enjoy, but otherwise, you know, it's not completely necessary. And the way I'm going at my story these days, I feel like I want to have it so each can be their own individual story, but also those who like read it all will be able to like piece together what's going on in the background and in the greater lore of it all. So yeah, it's just a huge learning process, and I'm hoping that the stories get better as I grow as an artist. Really should go back to my Monster Hunter comic. Maybe after this last convention I can finally get back to it. Well, I hope you do too, but at the same time, don't push yourself too hard. You're still recovering after all. Just take it easy while you're doing art, is all I'm saying. I'm not gonna stop you from doing art. That's like trying to stop me from doing art. You know? Even if my right hand was feeling bleh, I'd still attempt to doodle something with my left hand anyways. Speaking of Monster Hunter, I guess I shouldn't say. All I will say is that I've heard things about Title Update 3, and I'm excited to go back into the game once Title Update 3 drops. That's all I will say, because I know you do not want spoilers. Like, heck, even I have pretty much avoided what the trailer itself looked like. Just because I saw one snippet of it and I'm like, alright, I'm gonna wait till it's in the game. Don't worry, burning out. Yeah. What, new stream idea? Drawing with only my left hand? In hindsight, I don't think I like the way I ended up doing the line work and shading color so far. Well, up to you if you feel like going back, but yeah. It's up to what you feel like. Did they fix the performance in Wilds? Yes and no. I think in its current state, like, it's maybe barely okay. Like, last time I played it, I was able to do it with everything at the absolute lowest. And keep in mind, my setup is definitely, like, not the best. Like, the fact that I'm able to stream pretty decently is a miracle in and of itself. But the hope is that it's getting better. We will have to see when Title Update 3 comes out. I think for me, it's just going to be really hard to gauge how the performance ends up being until all the title updates for the base game are out. But yeah, as for that left-handed stream idea, I don't think I could do that for a couple hours. And even if I did do that, it would probably have to be for, like, not my comic, because I don't want to mess anything up. This is why I wish, like, YouTube also did similar things like how Twitch does channel points, so that, like, those who are watching can, like, redeem stuff to say, hey, time to switch to your left hand for, like, 5 minutes, and stuff like that, and I could do that. But the best I can do right now is to have stream elements. Like, if someone were to basically use like a command on there, maybe I'd be able to do something, but I don't know. I'm still a newbie streamer. All I know is that I managed to get the fishing minigame to work, and that's pretty good to me. I still remember the beta test running at single digits FPS for me. Yeah. Had some painkillers and some food, time to go back to bed. Yeah, rest up, Alpha. Thank you for stopping by, and I hope you have a good rest. But yeah, despite YouTube streaming not having all the bells and whistles that Twitch has, I still like streaming here because, like, basically everything else that I watch is on YouTube. Like, the longer videos, the podcasts, I still watch it over here. So I figured, hey, there's probably other people like me who do that, so why make them, like, go to a different platform just to catch my stuff? And I was already starting a YouTube channel anyways, so I was like, why not? And I know some people were, like, starting new channels just to, like, I guess, organize certain types of videos or stream only. But for me, it's like, if you're here, you're here for what I do, and it's like, yeah, some people might prefer videos, some might prefer the streams, but they're all here. And I'm nowhere big enough that, you know, dividing up is gonna do me any good. There we go. And then the light green. Insert joke about robot admin versus insane admins. I don't know. I don't know which would be better or worse. And I need to fix something up really quick. Go. Yeah, that works. Okay, I did use N6 for the pants, okay. Rarely draw Hero's pants. And I can never tell whether I'm supposed to do it blue or black. And if so, which shade? And actually, I have other things that need to be colored with this, so I'll just keep it for a bit. How did I color these? Okay. Basically everything but the roof of this thingy is black. Has the Borb had her daily dose of boba? Oh, first of all, how dare you call me a Borb? I am a Harpy. Thank you very much. I could have a Borb form. But secondly, yes, I have. In fact, during my break, I just got one. So there. Which is why on screen you can see I have a boba. It is really nice seeing all these details on the page, but sometimes, man, sometimes I'm just like, ugh. Luckily, these aren't too bad, but I think I should work on the ceiling next because I need to remember what the color of the ceiling is. Specifically, which shades of blue do I use for it? Because I've only ever really colored it once in this entire comic so far. Come on. It looks like it's a sky blue, then a light blue. I should probably put the chandelier in the background. I probably should. There we go. That's all that needs to be seen. Though technically, I put it over there, so... There. That'll work. Okay, sky blue for the beams, light blue for the in-betweens. Borb denies being Borb. How dare you? How dare you? At some point, I will show you Borb, but not today. I have things that I'm working on behind the scenes. light blue in the background, okay. Let's see. Yeah. Looks like the inside of the cape is also light blue. Which I think what I'll do is I'll do a little bit of shading here. So that way when I go back and do the light blue, it's not as horrible. Oh, hey, Alfie. Welcome, welcome. Glad you can make it. How have you been doing? We're just coloring up the second page of the stream. So I'll probably be calling stream after this page is done. But I hope you've been doing well. Oops. Wrong blue. Luckily, I could just thin that out a bit. No problem. Doing great. Just pop by before I go to sleep. Alright. Well, thank you very much for stopping by. I hope you have a good sleep when you do. May have to go soon. This has been nice though, as always. Have a good one, Mr. Repairman. Perfectly fine. Especially since this is the last page of the stream. Hold on, where's the other purple? I want this one. Basically, I want to see if I can sort of blend this out. Okay, yeah, I can do that. So I'll just do some very thin strips right here. Should work. And then alrighty. And then grab this one. Oop. And then drop all my markers, why don't I? thinking after this, we might be getting into slightly creepier territory next Friday stream. As for Tuesday stream, I'm still figuring out what I would like to be doing then, but we'll see. Whoops. Completely missed a spot. Here's all light blue. Same color as the floor. Yes, it is. just need black, and I'm gonna go ahead and this one, and where's the sky blue? Right here. Looks like we're just almost done. So I think with that being said, I think I want to go ahead and thank everyone who is here, as well as everyone who watched the VOD, for stopping by. This was a little bit of an interesting stream, I think. Let's see. What else do I need? I think black is all I need, and after that, maybe some white for the details. Oh yeah, and a little leaf. I think I'll just color it yellow, just so it's visible. Maybe I'll color sparkles yellow too, actually. Yeah, and I think that's about it. So, yeah, as I was saying, I'd like to thank everyone who stopped by, whether you were in chat or you're watching the VOD afterwards. I really appreciate you being here. And if you enjoy my artwork, if you enjoy my stories, then I hope you consider checking out my Ko-fi up there. Up there. As I said a couple times, you can either buy me a boba or you could buy some stickers, which are still available in the shop, but possibly not for long because I have some more designs coming out. And once those designs come out, those old limited edition designs will no longer be there. So if you want these particular designs, get them while you can. And if you are not able to do that, then I hope you'll spread my stories around, especially like the Hunter's Tale, because I'm really proud of that one. So I hope more people get to see the Hunter's Tale and all the other Snapdragon Club stories afterwards. So if you have the time and are able to, well, sharing the videos around would be awesome, as well as the usual liking, commenting, and subscribing. I do read the comments, and even if I don't reply to them, I'll at least heart them. And at least I'll heart the first, or at least one of your comments, so you'll know that I saw both of them. Oh, whoops. I missed a spot. There we go. And here we are. Second page, all done. Oh. Let's get you right there. Alright, and with it, we finally have 2 pages done. So once again, thank you everyone for joining me today. And I hope you all have a wonderful weekend. Take care, stay safe, and hope to see you guys Tuesday. Later. Goodbye.